Good morning, everybody. We're back with another live stream on SDtv. And as always, we have the great Aaron Ellis here to break the morning action down and get us prepped for today's trading action. Aaron, go ahead and dive on into it.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Hope you're doing well out in DC. How long did it? I actually saw somebody mention on a show I was watching last night, Tamika, about the cherry blossoms. So I was just wondering how long the cherry blossoms last, if they're still around. Thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Always appreciate your positivity. Give everybody a minute here. Hope everybody had a good evening. We got. Hey, Bobby, how are you? Hey, good to see you, man. How are the horses? How are the horses doing? Morning, Miss Amanda. Morning, Lar. Good to see you, Bobby. Welcome back. Yeah, you're getting our cold weather. You're getting our cold weather. It's supposed to be nice today. As I say that, it's 47, but it's supposed to. You're supposed to have some nice stuff heading your way. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. They're good, huh? That's funny. All right. I appreciate that, man. Welcome back. Good to see you. All right. Okay, guys. Morning, Mr. Wealth. Hope things are starting to warm up for you up there a little bit. RC, good morning. Yeah, you guys, I'm sending some good weather your way. Starting today. All right. I bet the sun in Texas isn't complaining. Well, actually, the other sun's in South Carolina, right? RC, don't you have South Carolina and Texas? Morning, Alex. You're up bright and early. Morning, good morning. Mr. Wilf, Alex is out in Vancouver, so he's in the Great White North with you. All right, I'll try, Mr. Wealth. I'll try. The weather listens to me about as much as the markets do. That's right, SC in Texas. Very cool. Morning, Omar. See at Clemson or South Carolina? I think he's at South Carolina, right? If I remember correctly, I apologize if I got that wrong. And I will be heading out that way. And yep, that's right. I'll be heading out that way in July. So made the choice that I'm getting out of the Midwest. That didn't last long. So yeah, I'll be moving out that way in July. So kind of excited about that. All right. Figure I get one more race in RC and then head south. Yep. Yep. So yeah, I'm moving again. I don't know. This last Midwestern winter. I mean, my daughter's in Cincinnati and she's got a real serious boyfriend and she's in her early 20s now. And then obviously son out in San Diego in the Navy. So not a whole lot holding me here anymore. So yeah, just made that decision the other day. All right. Okay, guys. Well, let's get started. Okay, so starting off on news. We've got plenty of news this morning. Okay. Here at 8:30, we've got core retail sales and retail sales, but we also have President Trump speaking. Now, it's just a phone interview, but still, anytime that the president's speaking, it could move things around. But then at 10, this is the big event. Okay, the new Fed chairman coming in. He'll be in May. Warsh, like my grandma used to say, the close. he's testifying in front of the Senate Banking Committee. So that's obviously we're going to hear all his ideas, all his, we'll get his bingo card going. If he says dual mandate, price stability, all those terms, all those coin terms that Powell used to say. So that's at 10. And then we also have pending home sales. So all this right here from about now until Warsh is done, that could be insanely volatile here this morning. So just be safe, obviously, this morning. And then we're in the clear the rest of the day. All right. So what's going to be interesting is, let's look at this real quick. We take like a snapshot. I wonder if Warsh is going to move the needle here on our Fed Fund futures. This was September. Oh, it moved up. Look at that. Okay, so this has changed a little bit. Now, we don't want to get too excited. It's still a year off, but that first rate cut's been moved into July now of 27. Remember, the more bullish this is, the more bullish the market's going to be. All right, but let's just take a kind of a mental snapshot of that and then see at the end of the day or after Warsh speaks. I'm curious if he's going to move the needle at all. Right? So we'll see. Still priced out in July. All right. But we have moved up from September. Remember, that's July of 27. That's not this July. All right. Okay. Now, I guess we should say our next Fed meeting is the 29th, guys. Right? So that's next week. Okay. So this is pre-FOMC week. So a week from tomorrow is our next FOMC meeting. Now, anything other than a pause, okay, is going to be dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. But isn't that interesting? So we'll see. We'll take kind of a mental snapshot of that. And where the hell did you guys go? There you are. And we'll see. All right, at the end of the day. All right. What made me want to move there? Well, this winter, lack of a better term, sucked, right? Remember, I was in Virginia for a while, and then I came back here. There's some family here and whatnot. And then, yeah, this winter was rough. I mean, it was rough. It was about 5 months. And that's why I came back and I rented. So I researched a whole bunch of different places and found a lake down there just over the North Carolina border. It's called Lake Wiley. And found a nice place to rent for a year, about half a mile from the water. So for about what I'm paying here, right? Obviously, I'm always trying to think fiscally. So I figured, why not? Yeah. So looked all over, looked in North Carolina, looked in South Carolina, looked kind of all over the place. And yeah, just kind of settled on this place down there. Yep. So don't have to, they still got change of seasons. Granted, it's hot in the summer, everybody knows that, but they still got change of seasons and all that stuff. So pretty excited. Yep. Yeah, Nate, I was hoping you were on when I said the new Warsh bingo card. Yeah, I was hoping you were on when I said that. Yeah, Ed, we need your crystal ball. We need you to call your shot. All right. Polymarket has the actual second he takes his hand off the Bible, the rates are going to move. Right. Yeah, Dario, in Indiana winners are brutal. Where are you, Dario? If you don't, Ed, are you changing your name? No. Yeah, your name is back to the Hacinti or whatever. I'm sure I've asked you, Dario, but I don't want you to think I'm not listening to you, but I try to do my best to keep track of where everybody's from. Jim Bob still won't tell us who he is or where he's from. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. Jay Wavy, good morning. Jay Wavy's down there too, right at the North Carolina border. All right. Make sure I got the right button. There we go. All right. Well, see, Ed, when you have so many different Gmail accounts to keep all your Cayman Island accounts separate, you're going to run into that, right? You're going to run into that. The money laundering comes into play, right? They're going to give you different names. All right. Probably shouldn't say that out loud. Somebody's probably listening. I was just teasing FBI if you're listening. Okay. All right. But yeah, shoot me a DM on the Cayman Island thing, Ed. I've heard good things down there. No taxes. All right. I'm joking, IRS. Yeah. I'm joking about the Cayman Islands. All his money's in the Swiss bank accounts. All right. So let's get to it. Okay. All right. So starting off on the VIX. Now, big deal here, right? Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. Dario, again, I was asking if, and I'm sure you've told me or you've got a different name on, I'm trying to find out where you're from. You've probably told me 100 times, but give me, cut me some slack. Because you said Indiana winters are brutal, so I'm just curious. Okay. So remember where we are here, all right? We're going into our real week here. Remember, the real week starts Tuesday at 10 a.m. Right? That's when our high participation kicks in. Okay. Oh, Joe Mama, that's right. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Dario's Joe Mama. Yeah. Sorry. I should have remembered that. My bad. You're in Switzerland. What are you talking about? Winters, right? I can't imagine. I have no idea if, I guess winter's probably just a way of life over there. But the thing about Indiana winters and like midwinters, that's what I was getting ready to say, Dario, is they're cold, they're like bitter cold, and it's just gray, right? That's the thing. I guess I can deal with the cold and stuff, but it's just like 5 out of 7 days of the week are always just cloud cover and gray, right? I'm a jovial guy. I like to try to stay happy and positive, but even that, after a while, it's like, ugh, right? Yeah, the wind too. Yeah, yeah. Talking about wind, Wisconsin. I mean, or sorry, Ed. If someone lived in Wisconsin, yeah, they would understand those Midwestern winters and that wind, right? All right, Haywood Smokehouse. I will. Um, Tamika, did you see Ed's random comment? Or Amanda? Yeah. No, I've never eaten a duck egg. Ed, is that a niner? Somehow always goes off the rails, no matter how good my intentions are. All right. Sorry, the duck egg thing, just a random duck egg. All right. So starting off one more time. Sorry. The amount of education you guys receive here is just unparalleled anywhere on the interwebs. All right. So starting off on the VIX, what we've been using, remember VX, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. We are still in these massive short setups. All right. These massive shorts, earthy pond smell. Stop. Man, I got to quit looking at the chat. All right. So from April 1st, right, that's the anchor we've been using on the VIX. Okay. It's traded once, twice. Actually, it's traded 3 times. Once, twice, 3 times, and we're on number 4. So when we opened, okay, Sunday night, Monday, or our reopen here, we gapped straight into this extension, and there we go. Okay, so this is how we're looking at this, right? We're still in a downtrend, a massive downtrend on the VIX below these 83, 85, 90s. Okay, the 2190s. So here's what we're watching. Now, last week, we have to watch out for this once a month, right? Old contract lows, new contract highs. Okay, right there, and that hit a target. All right, came 2 ticks away. So we consider that target hit. So same anchor, new high. All right, that's what we're falling down into on the larger time frame. Okay. Just careful, she'll send you to Atlanta, right? She'll sneak in a plane ticket when you're trying to go to Chicago and send you to Atlanta. Another story. Anyway, so we do have to watch as we're falling back down into this long. But the real positive thing that happened for the indices yesterday is the VIX decided not to go up in a series of stair steps, right? That's what we were concerned about yesterday. And we were defending all day. We were defending that next long all day, preventing us from making a full pullback. Okay. So that ended up breaking. All right. That was a nice thing to wake up to. I saw this last night. That was at 8 o'clock. So you guys know that I go to bed early. Not that early, but we hadn't really broken it yet. We came close. I mean, it was like splitting hairs right here. But then that was nice to see getting up that we had broken that. So this is what we're watching. This series on the way down, right? There was number 1 target. Here's number 2. And we hit that target. Okay, we've hit it here this morning. Okay, so if we do start to squeeze on the VIX, we're just squeezing back into this next short, right? Now, what we can watch for on the real bullish side are these previous lows. Now, you're going to see an extension on the indices that has broken. Okay, I was watching an extension this morning. An extension long, but we can watch these previous lows, right? We close above and start heading higher, then we're going to make this pullback. Okay. And you can see that would be a significant pullback on the indices, right? But we stay below this low right here, right? And continue to fall into this larger support, then the indices can just squeeze higher. And this is a big deal for the gap fill. All right, because if this just continues to fall from these previous lows, then we're going to trend away from the fill. All right, but if we do get up here, close above maybe on a 15-minute, and then start to head higher, that can lead us straight into the fill. Okay, so I'm going to leave this where it is right now just because I'm watching it right there. All right, and then obviously the larger confirmation of this extension short, the larger confirmation is to break this. So that would be, sure, got it drawn right. I think I do. There we go. All right, 62, round down to 60, subtract a tick, 55. So we got to break the 55s. If that happens, we got targets down at 1710 on the VIX. Okay. Now, the big deal. Anybody know what tomorrow night is? Anybody know what tomorrow night is? I think it's 8 p.m. I'm not sure the exact time. Anybody know? Tomorrow night? Anybody? Kind of a big deal for our markets. I thought it was tomorrow, Dario. Am I wrong? Yeah, end of ceasefire. Is it? I could totally be wrong. I've been wrong before. Yeah, it's the end of the ceasefire. Is it tonight? Somebody, well, here, I don't want to get my phone out while I'm talking to you guys, but would somebody look that up and double check my math? I might be wrong too, Joe Mama. If somebody would check, I thought it was tomorrow. But I could be wrong too. Could somebody look that up and check it? Anyway, regardless, the end of the ceasefire is coming. Okay, so VIX will tell us everything we need to know. All right, probably ahead of time. Ty, okay, Wednesday. All right, cool. All right, so it is whatever the hell day today is, Tuesday. So it is Wednesday. All right, thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Ty. All right, so tomorrow and I don't know the exact time. I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern. That's what I heard on the radio, maybe, or I dreamt it. I don't know. There has been talk of an extension. Okay. So the VIX will tell us everything we need to know probably ahead of time, right? So if we bounce and break this next short setup, right? If we come off this long and break this guy, then obviously more than likely bombs are flying again. All right. If we don't, and we keep following through tomorrow, then we should be in the clear. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they get everything figured out the right way. And I don't want to get political, but hopefully they get things figured out. So we'll see. So just remember tomorrow, we got some now that you think about that, what's going on tomorrow, plus Warsh and Trump talking to President Trump talking today, there's a lot going on. Right? There's a lot going on. So we might actually have stuff coming out today because everybody's got their eye on what's going on, right? So we might actually have stuff coming out anytime throughout our day that could update us on that. So I'm sure they're not going to wait until 8 p.m. tomorrow to announce. Well, they'll probably wait till 8 p.m. tomorrow to announce if nothing got done. But anyway, just be aware. We got to be aware of our surroundings. 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Amanda. All right. So anyway, going into today, control our controllables, right? Control what's right in front of us. So this is what we're watching. We fall out of that low, right? Indices could just gap and go, right? We get up here and we start to squeeze into our next short. That's going to take us in the direction of the fill. Okay. And then we'll see once we get up there. All right. Okay. I know that was a lot, but a lot of me yakking. But any questions? Any questions on where we are here? Everybody good? This is a big deal, right? We're at a big precipice here, especially with Warsh talking today too. That's the big news of the day. Oh, I know what I was watching. Ride the Lightning. No, that's a Metallica album, not Ride the Lightning. Death by Lightning. Does anybody watch that? That's a cool little show. I think we're getting a little pop on the VIX here. That little mini show. It's like 4 episodes. It's about James Garfield. Pretty cool. But he was talking about the cherry blossoms. That's what there you go. That's what reminded me, Tamika, about cherry blossoms. All right. Good, Ed. Right? Yes. Keep on. We've had so many people send in to their support to please stop rolling the VIX. It would be a very simple change. Just don't roll it till it expires. That's it. All right, everybody good? I kind of got to get moving here. Ed's going to jump my, you know what, for not getting to the ES yet. All right. Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right, we're starting to get that, and we'll see this. I'm going to go ahead and move this down now. All right, so we'll see. All right. Yes, you can just reach out to support. I figure if we have enough, it's beyond rollover, really. Okay. Anyway, yeah, just reach out to support. Okay, bank. Right. Remember, these are the financials in our market. This isn't traded, just an index. All we're watching is yesterday, and this is basically halfway back in the week, right? Our reopen lows to highs. There is a larger extension below us. Okay. So we'll watch where we open up, what direction we get moving. Okay. Remember, bank rising, that's a positive environment for the indices, gives them a tailwind. Bank falling, negative environment, acts like a boat anchor. Easier to go down, harder to go up for the indices. All right. I do too, Ed. Lots of stamps. I had to mail something the other day, believe it or not. And I bought stamps. I bought stamps a while ago, and I still have, I don't know if I'll ever use them Day I die, I might still have stamps. All right, there's that extension we were watching. All right, so here's that pullback. Same pullback as the VIX. All right, so there we go. Things are lining up now. All right. So this is just halfway back in the week, right? Sunday night open to highs. Sunday night open to lows. Okay. So that's what we're watching. All right. So gap fill 71, 48, 25. There's 10, there's 20. We're actually within 20 now. We're within 20 points. So we open within 20 points, right? We got about a 75% chance of this gap filling. All right. Now, if something happens and we squeeze, oh, I guess we had our 8:30 news, didn't we? I don't know if Trump's speaking yet or President Trump speaking yet. All right. So we will see. We open between these 20 and 30, right? It's about a 50-50 shot outside. If we do open outside of these 30, right, that could be our gap and go level. If we do squeeze higher, just talking right now. Okay, thanks, Tamika. Can you hear him from where you are? I'll crack myself up. I'm teasing because Tamika's in DC. All right. So that's where we are now. What we're going to, can you just open your window and hear him talk? We're going to have to watch when the VIX gets here, right? That's the big level, those 2090s. All right. And that's if we start rolling over from those 2090s. Okay. Well, it'll kind of be a race to see if we get the fill or we get those 2090s first, right? Definitely keep an eye on the half. All right. So we'll see going in. And then there's that pullback, right? But remember, if the VIX gets to those 2090s first, indices don't have to get all the way down here, right? They're going to bounce when the VIX rolls over, if it rolls over from the 2090s. Okay. All right. So there's the ES. Just moving really nicely, right? Moving really nicely. Okay, NASDAQ, you're going to see the same thing. There's that little extension I drew up that broke. All right, so lows of the week, highs of the week. Okay, there's your pullback. There's your pullback on the NASDAQ. All right, same deal. All right, same deal. All right, we'll let the ES gap fill in the VIX be our guide. Okay, on the NASDAQ. Anchor, Amanda, on ES. It's our Sunday night reopen. There we go. So the VIX's highs to lows is our halfway back in the week, and the ES and NASDAQ lows to highs halfway back in the week. Are you talking about that one, or are you talking about this great big one down here? Is that what you're asking? Oh, there's those emojis. You got it? Okay, cool. There's all those emojis. All right. There we go. There's my emojis. Okay. Yeah, the larger, yeah, that's a good point. Let's look at that real quick. All right, all that we, oops. Our new extension. Okay, we don't really have this drawn up. Get rid of some of this nonsense here. Okay. Remember, we had this extension long from January 20th to 2025, right? This is our larger draw. All right, remember that extension broke, but now we made a new high. Okay, so there's this extension long below us. And there'd be nothing surprising eventually about making that pullback, but that's our larger draw. All right, right there. That's January 20th to 2025. And, oh, Ed found the emojis too. All right. Yeah, we just haven't made this pullback yet. So right now, I mean, this is straight up, right? That's straight up from March 31st. Not one red candle on the daily chart. Isn't that crazy? So when we get this, obviously we just need to pay attention to what the VIX is doing because that'll be our guide. All right, so all I'm watching right now, okay, is this halfway back on the week. And then we have, this is just inverse of the VIX. Or no, I'm sorry, this is the one that's not. It's April 10th. April 10th, highs to highs. That's right there. That's probably the one you were asking about. All right, there's a big divergence right now between VIX and ES. Right, VIX making new all-time highs. Is the VIX making new yearly highs? Is the VIX making new yearly lows? No. Right, that's probably what you're asking about, Amanda. Almost called you Tamika. All right. So right there, yeah, April 10th, highs to highs. That's the larger one, and then we've got our halfway back on the week. All right, so there we go. Hopefully we got that. All right. Leave it and consider a sloppy and draw new highs to highs. Not how it works. No, I understand, Dario, that yeah, it's wonky because there's such a divergence right now. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just watching halfway back on the week. If that breaks, we know to draw short, and we know we got a pullback coming. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Try to keep it simple. That's my brain works a lot better when things are simple. All right. Okay. NASDAQ, same thing, watching our halfway back in the week, just inverse of the VIX. All right, now the YM, or no, it was the Russells I got all excited about. But here's the YM. Okay, there's that extension long. There was its halfway back on the week, right? Now look at the YM. This extension is what the ES and the NASDAQ have broken. But the YM, with its halfway back on the week yesterday, here's the target, right? We blew through that. And then highs to highs, and look at the YM, right? Pretty cool. So we'll watch bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. So we'll see if bank opens up and rallies, YM can take off here, off this extension. All right, it's holding that nicely. All right, and there's the halfway back on the week if this breaks, right? So pretty cool. Go YM, go. Now the Russells, check this out. All right, I got to go out even further. All right, look at the Russells. This is the draw we've had up forever. That massive long that we made this pullback in 2022. We just hit that target. Isn't that awesome? Just hit that target up there. So is there going to be a highs to highs to watch? We don't really know yet. And we'll see what kind of reaction we get here. Okay, but that is just fantastic. Look how technical the Russells was. Good job, Russells. All right, good job, Russells. There we go. So massive weekly profit target's been hit. All right, then that's right there. That, you gotta be kidding me. Look at this. What is that? 28.1860 right there. We traded 1890 and we're getting a pop off of it. Isn't that just fascinating, man? Okay, that's just nuts. All right, so here's the Russells. Now, a little bit different, right? It's been in this extension long from the 8th to our highs on the 17th. 17th. There was that pullback, right? That still has a target up here. Now, when we zoom in, what we're watching, and why I have this wonky draw right here, like from this random high. Okay, that's the 945 high that lined up with the other indices, right? 945 right here on the YM. That 945 highs to highs that was all set up so pretty. That's the only reason I'm drawing from that 945, because this is straight up on the Russells, right? There's no, you could make a case that there's a little trading hours only halfway back in the day right there. But other than that, it's just straight up. So I was just drawing from what the YM was using, and it ended up working out, and now we've hit a target. All right. So we'll continue to draw from those 940. Look at that. Pretty perfect too. 945 highs to highs. All right, and there we go. So above those 2802.90s, Russells can continue straight up. If that breaks, we're making the pullback. All right, from our halfway back on the week. All right, so there we go. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, there we go. VIX Bank indices. Any questions? What's VIX doing? Let me get rid of this low now. There we go. So VIX making its pullback. All right. Okay. All right. What are you talking? What are you saying, Dario? Are you talking about when Russell's hit that target? It's pretty cool. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? VIX Bank indices? Yeah, the Russell, isn't that fascinating? Absolutely fascinating, right? Since 2022, that trade started. And we hit the target and then bam, profit taking. Just fascinating. Trump says I would be disappointed if the new Fed chair doesn't cut rates. Yeah, that's it's going to be wild, man. It's going to be the Wild West when that guy takes over, right? You did bet Polymarket for a rate cut in July. I don't know what they like what the help me out spread was. What the hell is the term? The odds. The odds. I wonder what the odds are for that. Okay, we need to get moving because it's already 8:52. All right, Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin broke this little short, right? It broke this little short. Remember where it is. All right. So we're coming back up to this larger short draw, right? All right. That's right. Hero or hot potato handle. It's going to be the Wild West, man. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I love that. Yeah, you had one job, right? Just come in, cut rates, and just be quiet and just sit there and let me tell you what to do. That sounds like Warsher's job. All right. So anyway, from halfway back in the year, January 14th, highs to lows. There's that pullback, okay, on Bitcoin. Now, oops. It did break this next little short setup. Okay, we did pierce that. Absolutely, we did. I'm leaving it up there for now. At this massive resistance level, remember, we get Fred Flintstone getting his car going up here before we build up enough fuel for that leg down. But we'll see. Now, if you look at Ethereum, same draw, Ethereum didn't break. All right, we don't look at Ethereum much, but they kind of move in conjunction, right? Ethereum didn't break this. So whatever. Now, all of these, Bitcoin included, are dollar dependent. They're dollar trades, right? So I'll show you that here in a second. Here's crude oil. There's that long off of lows. Just front run the hell out of that thing. It's probably right at a 38.2. Yep, right there. Okay. So we see crude oil lift off, right? That's going to put a headwind against the indices. Thanks, Edward. All right. See you, buddy. All right. So there's crude oil holding our longs, right? Targets are way up here. Targets are way up here, 92.11. All right. Now, gold and silver. Hey, they did not break. All right. Which is kind of sucky. But there's gold. All right. We're still in this massive short above us. That broke. We're still in this massive short up here. This short off of highs, okay, from the 17th to lows, right there, right to its 61.8. You could say it pierced, you could say it didn't. It's right there, right? And it defended, and now the long from lows is broken. So here's our range now on gold. All right, we broke these smaller draws inside of this. So we're right back to our April 12th to April 14th, right? There's our pullback, bang, and then we've got this larger resistance above us. All right, so there's our range on gold. No break yet. All right, silver, same way. Nothing crazy yet. All right, silver's in a much larger short. And then here's the smaller draw above us. And then here's the long from lows from the 12th to highs, right? That's below us. But we didn't break that short. Nope, couldn't do it. All right, so we'll see if we get another lift off from our lows to try to get up there and break it. All right, so precious metals, not much to see here, right? Bottom of the range, top of the range. Okay, now onto the dollar. This is the big deal. So DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies, is just an index. All right, there's a short from highs. Now this falling dollar strength, most of the time, falling dollar strength, rising dollar weakness. There is a short from highs, but look what we did, right? That's from Friday's lows to our overnight Sunday highs or Monday morning highs. That pullback held. This is dollar strength. Okay, this is dollar strength. This continues, headwind against the indices and the precious metals. All right, now when you get to the actual currencies. So here's the dollar yen, right? Still in that extension long from February 19th to our highs on March 18th. Pullback, 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 and we're lifting off. Okay, squeezing back to the top of the range. So this long yesterday, right, from the bottom, that ended up holding, excuse me, squeezing back to the top of the range. All right, so we'll see what happens when we get up here, but this is dollar strength. All right, now look at the euro. Euro just beautiful, right? So here was that short from highs. From the high on the 17th to our lows on the 19th, right there yesterday. Bam. All right, now we haven't broken this long from lows yet. We know this is going to cause it to get hung up a little bit, but we'll see if we break that. Right, we can draw that next highs to lows, see if we can jump into that trend. But just amazing move. Bam. All right. So this falling, dollar strength. Okay, headwind against precious metals in the indices. This rising, dollar weakness. All right, bullish for the precious metals in the indices. All right, okay, so where are we? VIX still making a pullback. Indices still trading in the direction of the fill. All right, so there we go, guys. So what I'm watching this morning is the VIX when it gets up here, see where we're going to run into resistance and roll back over. And that's kind of a race to the gap fill, right? It's a race up here to these 2090 area and the fill, right? Now, of course, option 3 could always happen, right? Option 3, we open up and the VIX just melts, right? That's option 3. Okay? All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. Remember, a bunch of news at 10. Bunch of news at 10. That's kind of going to set our day. Right? That's kind of going to set our day. All right. All right, very good. Thanks, everybody. Tyler, you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. All right, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Dario. Thanks, Idris. See you guys.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, everybody. We will have Zach. Zach Austin is going to come on to trade live with us today. Zach has had a great start to his year already. I think he's taken over $200,000, and maybe I think I read or saw on Discord $250,000 in prop firm payouts already in 2026. So it's always a good session when Zach is on. He should be on in the next, I would think, 10 or 15 minutes here. He normally gets on a little early, gives us a pre-market plan, things that he's watching, goes through a bunch of different names before market open here. So we're just going to wait for a few minutes. We'll be back with Zach Austin Trades. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's another wonderful day here on Stock Dads TV with live trading. We have the man, the myth, the legend, Zach Austin Trades. Zach, how you doing, brother?
What's going on?
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I know we just mentioned before I came on, a lot of exciting things going on in Stock Dads. Some new things. I think we talked about it yesterday that the free Stock Dads group or Stock Mums, I'm sorry, Stock Mums group for the ladies had soft launch. So that's something new that just came out, and then also the Stock Dads Academy, the free education, which I'll drop the link for that in the chat, which is awesome. And then I had your story here. I saw a story post for you. I saw you're also working on a custom indicator, which should be available to the Discord soon. So a lot of good, exciting stuff going on in the Stock Dads community that I just wanted to mention here before Zach started diving in to kind of his morning watch list. But so I just wanted to update you guys on that. If you have any questions on any of that stuff, feel free to drop them in the chat, and Zach and I can get those questions answered for you. But anyway, Zach, what are you looking at? How do you think? How are you thinking about the markets today coming in to market open?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. Obviously, the market's really strong, and it's just like, do we just continue to grind? Do we, need to pull back? I am just in the camp right now of that. I think we need, even if we grind higher today, we need to kind of go sideways for a little. I use the EMAs as a guide, and we've been pretty much just trending off of the hourly 8, which is like super, super strong trend. The hourly 20 EMA was nearly tagged yesterday, but I think it needs maybe a more official tag. So I think that means maybe we go sideways for a bit, or maybe we pop higher, then go sideways. I'm not sure. I'm just not sold that we just continue just to rip. If we do, that's great. I just am like, positioning my mind to, not expect that. Right. As of now, we kind of broke over these last week highs in the pre-market. So again, if we can dip, get back over the opening print, break these highs, sky's the limit, truthfully here. But all-time high is definitely a tricky area to trade, especially considering we've been pretty much as straight up as you can get. So I've been kind of taking it easy, futures-wise a bit, especially nearing these highs. And I'll wait and see. I've been definitely gearing up the options more than I have. And I said to someone yesterday actually that the main reason I've been trading more options is because I was waiting for one thing. We had this chop last year, basically Q4 of last year, pretty much all chop. Then we had a little bit of a dip, and then most of Q1 was spent dipping and consolidating. And I said, for me, I don't really care about the news, the headlines, whatever. I'm just waiting for one thing. That, for me, is the daily EMAs to flip back to the upside, which happened on April 9th. And from that moment, that's when I'm like, okay, we're going to start to try to be aggressive here, with the options again. Look for the names that have been beaten down and look for the names that have been leaders, right? So I've been probably trading double the volume that I have been, which is, I guess, kind of just back to normal volume. But I've been, taking a lot more option trades now that, in my opinion, like, yes, a pullback will happen, but what the market's been waiting for months and months kind of already happened, right? So I have a couple swings on. ARM is one of them that I have had on since last Friday. I took entry last Friday. Very, very nice move yesterday. I had weeklies. Well, I had this week's going into this week. Sold those at like 171. Bought next week, so I have the May 1st 180s. Sold some of those yesterday. We'll take another trim. And I also, the big picture idea here for me, it's not often that I do this, but I will be holding some ARM, barring something crazy, through their earnings, which is in 2 weeks. If you look at this chart, this chart is basically one gigantic range on the monthly chart since basically its IPO. It's been a couple months kind of dipping and then ripping, but since like basically 5-6 months after the IPO, it's gone sideways for over 2 years. So if we finally get this IPO base breakout or this multi-year base breakout, whatever you want to call it, the measured move here is to like 250. So I'm holding some June contracts, risking it through earnings, and so we'll see what happens there. But I really like that setup. Also entered some CRWV yesterday at the close. This was a ticker that had some really nice strength. I missed the entry on this day, and I said I would just wait whenever the daily 8 gets tested again. Unfortunately, we ran from like 95 to 120, but we did get a daily 8 tag yesterday, strong hammer bar. So for me, I have like a 1 bar stop. So basically, stop under yesterday's lows, targeting 125, then like 135 on the swing. Couple of new tickers that I'm watching. Well, not really new, but I'm not in currently for an active trade. Ondas. I'd be looking for a shorter dated trade here. We had the daily flip, daily outside bar above yesterday high around like 11 ones, looking to long to 12, and then really big picture back up to these highs. We've been consolidating pretty much for the last 3 months here. Had a big rip to start the year, sideways, and now looking to break back out. Next up is Sats. I took 2 trades in this name last week. Got about like 75%, and then I rolled the contracts and closed them basically like at break even. So I do like this setup. I think it could just be a slow grind higher up to like 150. Not like my favorite, but still very strong and looking good. The daily chart just a little funky, but it is gapping to new all-time highs now. And then this is probably my favorite ticker here is YSS. I found this one yesterday. This one IPO'd in January of this year, had a nasty sell-off, and then now kind of basing near these IPO highs. This one, in my opinion, is like one of the better looking charts out there as far as like consolidation. We can consolidated here for a couple of days, small little impulse, another 3-day consolidation, looking for another impulse, and it makes sense for this one to run to like 50 plus. It reminds me a bit of CoreWeave before it had its explosion. Similar, not the same. Where this one kind of was opposite. This one spiked up, then spiked down. Then once it broke the IPO highs, it was pretty much off to the races. Nearly doubled in like a couple of weeks. So for this one, I'm not expecting it necessarily to double, but a move to $50 here wouldn't shock me. So I really, really like that chart as far as new entries. And that's pretty much all I got here. We have been taking a bunch more trades, as I said. I have a lot of alerts set for other tickers. I have some leaps open on my leap account. A couple tickers I have for that are AMPX and Coin. But other than that, that's all I got. And again, with the markets, I'm not really expecting much at open here. At open for me, it's just going to be kind of like a wait and see, because I can see a bunch of different scenarios play out for really everything: ES and Q, gold, silver. I'm not really looking at oil, but yeah.
All right. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm traded the Dow yesterday. From a futures perspective, I'm keeping that on watch again this morning on the indices if I was going to take something there.
And so I would say for me, for like new trades, I'd be looking at YSS as the top priority for anything new at the open. Probably just buy some time and let it work. Just let the higher time frames play out.
Oh man, you want to hear some serious rookie move? Is I started when I first started trading. I started with options and then did that for a long time. Started getting into both futures and options, and then focused primarily on futures for a while before now I'm kind of doing both again. And apparently, someplace in there, and I don't know if I saw this and just forgot, but how did I miss or forget that you can trade 0 DTEs on individual names now?
Yeah,
it happened in like 2023 apparently, and I bought Apple yesterday thinking they were weeklies. Like I didn't even really think 0 DTs were an option, and I was like, man, these contracts are moving nuts. What is going on?
No, so the individual actually is pretty recent. That's like a couple weeks old, I think.
Okay. I like because I searched it on ChatGPT. I'm like, when can I start trading zero DTEs on Apple?
Yeah.
And apparently,
No, so that
was started getting converting on like more liquid names. They start to have that number.
Yeah. So SPX started zero DTA, I'm pretty sure, a couple of years ago. And then, now you got the individuals. And yeah, I haven't touched any personally yet. I'm kind of scared to.
Yeah, well, it was my first time doing it, and it was by mistake. And they ran up quick, but then they died like even faster than like a spy
Yeah.
zero DTE. When like the chart like held up well.
Yep. All right, we're about to open here. I'm going to be pretty aggressive with this YSS. I really just want a piece of it. So I'm probably going to take a starter of some capacity at open. Let's see what these come. Oh, wow, they're expensive. Damn, I did not expect them to be that expensive. I did not anticipate that, guys. I'm not going to lie. They are pricey. Probably for good reason, but. Like the August $50 calls are like $700.
Interesting open here. Things are definitely moving. Guys, I did drop the link for Stock Dad's Academy in the chat.
Thank you, the pretty gnarly dipper.
Yeah, same with the ES. The VIX getting a nice push to the upside.
This is kind of what I was somewhat expecting. This like little bit of a pullback like this. This is pretty harsh, but
Yeah, this is getting pretty harsh for sure. NQ down about 150, 160 points ish from its open in the first minute and 50 seconds here. Oh man, the Dow's giving me, I think, maybe what I want though.
I think I'm going to take some of these YSS and just bite the bullet and how expensive they are.
I'm looking to take a Dow entry here. We got a pullback in a VWAP and into the level at 49.850s. I'm going to try a little starter position here. I just got filled at 49.901. Banks showing a little strength here as well.
All right, guys, I took some of the June 18th YSS calls, buying them into a little bit of impulse here, so I'm taking a smaller size. I got the $45 calls for YSS June 18th.
uglier close on that 2-minute bar than I would have preferred. Let's see here. Still trying.
One second.
We do have, I think, a bunch of data coming out at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. today. Obviously, there's a lot of kind of wait and see on peace talks, the ceasefire situation.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll be a little bit of an X factor here for at least the next several days.
Mm-hmm.
Do have ES and NQ trying to give level bounces here. This was originally the area I didn't hate NQ for longs. Looks like the Dow's about to tag me out though, so.
This YSS is ripping.
Oh dang! Is that what you entered?
Wow, these cons are already up 21%. Wow, holy crap!
Nice, and you gave him some time, right?
Yeah, I bought June 18th $45 calls at 6.7. Now they're basically 20%.
Let's
So
go.
if anyone wants it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's already up 20% in like 2 minutes. So
Yeah, Shad. Looks like Shane in the chat took it. Yep.
nice. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a solid move.
Now, just out of curiosity, for someone like you, when you take that trade, you purposely gave it some time, and so obviously you're willing to hold on to it for a little while. When it does get that quick move and you get that 20% so quickly, will you take some quicker trims just to take some, holy cow, it's still going, just to take some risk off, or are you like, I'm just following my plan, my plan's to hold this for a bigger move?
Hold for this particular move. Also, guys, I just took a trim on arm there. I may consider closing arm here. I think I'm going to close it if we get a little bit more pop. Because again, for me, the previous arm positions were meant to build a buffer for my earnings swing. So I think I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it off in full here, guys. I got filled at 7.3. You can easily hold some, but I still have my other position. Sorry, hold on a second. No, I changed my call. Exit 7.30. So I closed that in full, guys, for arm. Again, we're reaching our 179 target. I don't know if I'm gonna trim. We're up 65% on the earnings. I don't know if I'm gonna trim it, but if you want to, you can. Um,
We did get the gap fill here and the gap up on NQES.
but to answer your question with this YSS, I mean,
Mhm.
now we're like pushing pretty significantly,
Mhm.
but like normally because of how like big the targets are for me, I would just hold because this is like an all-time high IPO base breakout rip. So you could easily sell, but I also bought time for a reason. So
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm also getting alerts for this laser. This is this ticker that I traded and I got stopped out last time, but now it's breaking the previous all-time high. It looks really good. Maybe for a pullback at some point.
YM did not stop me out here, by the way. So I'm still in that trade. It came within about 12 points or 15 points, it looks like, but we're actually back into profit now.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, nice move on the Dow there.
I may take a couple off. I don't want to, but I may. I really don't, but
It's always the dilemma.
yeah. I mean, this thing we literally just ran. I took basically the break at like 40 and change, and now it's at 43. So it's obviously a huge pop right away. I still do think the potential here is much, much, much higher. But again, does it happen in a straight line? Probably not.
About 50 points here on the YM. Back into the open. First target is like the pre-market high up at like 49 980s.
All right, there's Ondas breaking. So if we can hold over this 1108s, I will probably add to this. Also, guys, I did just take a trim there on YSS just because it's a huge rip. And so I just took a little bit off there at 8.7, 8.6, excuse me. 1745 call. All right, cool.
ESNQ making a nice little bounce here.
So we basically came down and retested the hourly EMA 15. Everything's just been retested. So now, obviously, we have to break over the opening printed trend. So if that happens, and in particular, if we can break over like 850s on NQ, 77s on ES, we have a lot of room, back up. So let's see.
Dow pop new highs there, looking pretty good. So the trim at 49,979. Boom, I just got filled on the first trim on the Dow.
Very nice.
About 80 points there. Just pushing higher. I'm gonna take one more little piece off here. Just got this round number, look, 50,000. I don't want Pam Bondi coming at me. The Dow Jones is at 50,000. I had to give that one like an 80-point stop, and we just hit like a little over 120 points there, so a little over 1-to-1 R there.
Very nice.
We got some interesting earnings this week. I think we have Tesla tomorrow after close. What else we got? Tesla tomorrow after close. United Airlines today after close. IBM, Boeing tomorrow. Intel Thursday as well. It should be interesting.
If we do get some type of like 5-minute pullback, I'll add back the trims on YSS. But I just figured if we're putting the option aside, right, on the underlying, we just ran from 39 to 44 in 20 minutes. So I mean, listen, that's over 10% pop on the underlying.
That's a wild pop.
Yeah. So I mean, we got about I think like 25% of the option. But see, and that's the thing is that initially I wasn't gonna take the trade because the options were so juiced. But sometimes when they're juiced and it almost feels like they're juiced for no reason, it's like justified. And again,
Mm-hmm.
I never traded this ticker. It's a somewhat recent IPO, but it's like, the market is pricing in a larger move, hence why the more expensive premiums.
Mm-hmm.
So, that for me was a good clue. And yeah.
Well, now all we need is Trump to twinkle in a little ceasefire positive news, and let's
Yeah, and say that they're using YSS, whatever
yeah,
YSS.
the YSS tolls to get it done.
Yeah.
So ES just got a nice bounce all the way back to its opening print and battling to get back above. NQ looking a little weaker, which was a similar kind of vibe yesterday as well.
Mm-hmm.
The Dow's looking strong as a bull though, baby.
Nice. Let's go. Wow, this AMPX is running. Dang.
All right, NQ trying to hold on as well. Join the party. Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh testifies at Senate Banking Committee. That's going on live right now, I believe. Nice push on the Qs. ES now pushing higher new highs intraday. Pre-market highs up around 71.80s. We're back above the OP here.
So we're getting a little bit of that 5-minute pullback here on YSS. Not going to add back just yet, but watching. If NQ breaks the open, we should be able to get a pretty solid push, at least back up to 26,587s. ES is looking good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and NQ is trying to play catch up here, so indices don't look terrible across the board.
Tradified dashboard site glitch. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's happened to me in the past, but I remember.
Tamika said, "Has anyone ever experienced certified dashboard site glitching? It seems to work on my phone. My laptop's not working." Sometimes like I've had like the data be a little bit delayed. And I know they did just like update to like the 3.0 and made some changes to the site and stuff. So I don't think it would be like shocking if there was still maybe a little bug here or there they're trying to work out. But I know it's supposed to be the live data now. If you refresh, it normally updates all your data pretty quickly. But sometimes I've noticed it still delays just a little bit.
And Q's trying now to get over that opening print. There's NQ trying. NQ trying to break the highs.
That hourly with that lower wick on the Qs, if we can. I mean, I know we still got another 33 minutes, but
Yeah, we just got to break those highs and we should be okay.
YM with a little pullback here, small pullback from 43 back into the level, now testing it from above. So I'd like to see it just kind of hold and be the higher low, make a new high here. And Q pop new highs intraday.
If we can hold up here, we should be okay. So let's see. NQ's trying. NQ's now stronger than ES.
Yeah, it's going.
Just trying to push that 57s.
I closed the runners on YM here. I think it still could hold, but I'm happy with that. I'm gonna say this bar will probably immediately reverse, but oh, it's been doing it for 4 days. Oh, it was just 3.0. Oh, wow. Yeah, I would just contact support. Is it just like throwing you off? It's like hard to track your data type of vibe.
I want to see QQQ break this level here.
Yeah, it's what 649.38. Is that what you have?
Just like NQ is a little higher. If we can, then ES has like 10 points of room, but let's see.
Yeah, last week's high is at 650 here on the Qs, which is the all-time high. So, trying to pop a new all-time high. Which we did do pre-market.
Yep. Be right back.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see how it would be your computer to make it, but yeah, I guess the fact that only working on your phone is weird, but maybe it's just like a glitch via PC as opposed to mobile, but Zach got a smoke alarm in there. He's got to change the batteries on.
All right, we back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, arm is pushing.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's pretty much there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just now on top of level.
The VIX won't quite roll over though. Keeps trying to hang on. Let's go, baby. Pump it up. Pump, 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 pump.
Come on. Ejecting level.
Squeezing it, baby.
So now NQ has gotten that strength over ES. Interesting.
Yeah, YM faded back into its OP. The VIX is just kind of ranging. Never really broke new lows. It's now back kind of at its highs, but rejecting a bit again. Bank is holding up. Oh, well, we're kind of just monitoring these positions, everybody. We'll give you a quick look at the new Stock Dads Trading, Stock Dads Academy. I dropped a link in the chat earlier. It's pinned, but you can see I just created an account real quick. You can see here under my dashboard, there's the Stock Dads Academy, which is Master Stock. Oops, clicked on that, but it's Master Stocks. Let's see what I missed the description, but you can see these are a bunch of courses and modules done by Sir Aaron. But Master Stocks, Options, and Market Fundamentals. So there's, looks like 98 different lessons, 15 modules. And then we have the Futures Data Academy, which is Futures Trading Mastery. You can see, look at this handsome, look at that handsome mug. He left. I'm over here trying to compliment his ass, and he left me.
I hear you.
Okay, all right. Look at that handsome mug. There it is. It's back. There it is. I like the, by the way, I like the thumbnails that he.
Yeah.
These look good.
Cool.
But yeah, so you can see then there's all the different lessons, all the different modules here, and then you can look also under media. There's just a video archive, which I'm assuming some of these are just from in the Discord webinars. Some of them might be YouTube videos that are still relevant, but some of them might have been filmed just for the Stock Guys Academy. But just the whole archive of different videos, as you can see here on psychology. You can see different categories: psychology, technical, market structure, practice, futures. So all kinds of different education. And reminder, guys, this is all free out for you guys here. And then you have the webinar recordings. So these are from past webinars that we have done via Stock Dads. You can see. All right, so you guys can check all that out, and then you can see in here there's, that's all under your dashboard and the media, the academy itself. But over here we have resources, different risk calculators, dictionaries, platform guides, all these different resources that you can get all for free. We have a dictionary just for any terms or phrases that you might hear and might not understand if you're new to it and want to know what that is. So we got all that good stuff here under the trading dictionary. So this really could take you, this is just platform information, different prop firms, different trading brokerages. So if you were someone who knew nothing about trading and wanted to get started completely for free and get educated on essentially everything there is to get educated out there in the market with resources to every little detail you need. It's all right here, stockdads.academy. The link is pinned in the chat, so make sure you guys check it out, take advantage of that. I'm someone who's been trading for 5 years, and I'm still going to go through here and use it as freshen up. I haven't ever learned from. I've heard all Aaron's stuff, but I haven't ever learned specifically from Aaron or from Zach. So definitely gonna check their stuff out, see where you can find new tidbits that you can add to what you may already know. So make sure you guys check that out. Pretty awesome from Stock Dads to put this together. Market's holding up here for the time being.
I don't know why I'm like so ravenously hungry right now.
Dude, I have been this week too.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not usually hungry in the mornings, but
Me either.
I literally just went because I had to like put toast in the toaster. Like, I need something or else I can't focus. I'm like literally just thinking about like peanut butter jelly. Like
peanut butter jelly. Yesterday my stomach was growling so bad, like on a stream. Somebody put in the chat like laughs and bear, and Fuzz like brought it. He's like, I wonder what a bear laughing sounds like, and I'm thinking like, yeah, it probably sounds like my stomach right now, bro. That's how like nuts it was going. Yeah. I feel that.
I heard my toast ding.
That's funny. Yeah, to me, it starts hitting me at like 11 normally. Amar, that is not on WAP. That's just if there's a pinned message in the chat, Amar. And I can just drop it in here again, just so it's in here fresh. But it's just its own website. And you can go on, just create an account. All right, looks like VIX is trying to make new highs here, and the market's seeing a little pullback.
Market messed up something. All right, there we go. All right. A little bit of a dumper.
Yeah. Heck, bruh. Doesn't look like any news or anything on this pullback. Just general price action. Maybe try a little NQ if we can get a VWAP bounce or a VWAP tag. Trying.
Also, maybe a hot take, but if you don't toast your peanut butter jelly bread, you're doing
Wow. See, I think that is a bit of a hot take, but one that I think Elizabeth Warren speaking, but one that I think see, I can get on board. I like a good peanut butter and jelly on some fresh, soft bread. Like I think that can be fire as well. But I do think like that if you want to go premium, I think you could call that the premium peanut butter and jelly for sure.
Some nice sourdough. Also, that's another thing. I only eat sourdough now because I read how bad like normal bread is, and it freaked me out.
Getting on your health ish.
Yeah, just they said that there's like it's not a lot, but they said that there's in like 10 of the mainstream like 20 bread brands, there's like chemicals that are found in Roundup.
No, jeez.
And I'm just like, one of them was, I don't know if you know the brand Dave's Killer Bread.
No, I haven't. But what a name, Dave's Killer Bread with Roundup chemicals in it.
Right? It's like a healthy bread. Supposedly that's how it's marketed, and like was the bread that I always ate, and like that was like one of the worst. I'm like, oh, of course. So now, supposedly you're supposed to eat either like, freshly baked, kind of farmer's market vibe bread, or sourdough. Sourdough typically is
interesting
to that.
Is it? Why is that with sourdough? It's just a more.
That's the one you eat.
What's that?
Some of the chaps like that's the one I eat.
Oh, that's the one I eat. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, Tamika. Yeah.
I think is like the way you make sourdough. It's like very, very like particular. Like you have to. It's not like an easy process.
It's a tedious. But, you can't just so I think you can't like mass produce. It's like harder to mass produce.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I read that and I got freaked out, and so now if I have bread, it's only sourdough.
Okay. I hear T Swift makes a good sourdough. Yeah, I think it's probably good to be conscious about all those things, but it's like it feels like it's just like everywhere, no matter what. It's like so hard to eat. Yeah, and then just anything you eat or do, even now the clothes you wear, they're saying like you're wearing Lululemon pants, they're nuking your balls with plastics. Like what? It's like how do you? Yeah, and like half this stuff you don't find out until after you've been using it for how long. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, that's the part that actually freaked me out the most, is because like I literally only ate this like Dave's Killer Bread. It was the only bread I ate.
The name Dave's Killer Bread is like so like that's so funny too, because it's promoted as a healthy one, but it's got Roundup chemicals and it's called Dave's Killer Bread.
And it's like, again, the percentage of like how much is in it is not a lot, but at the same time, I also read if there's not, I don't know how to like explain it, but basically if there's not a lot in it, it wouldn't even come up on a scan. Like it has to have a certain amount in the
Mm-hmm.
food to
Mm-hmm.
actually come up on the scan. And like that's all I ate. I would literally eat it every day, like either before the gym or after the gym. And I was like, okay, now I'm scared.
Now the name is actual literal. I know.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's wild.
Holy shit.
I just pray that my heritage's DNA has bred me strong enough to withstand the
Yes.
constant
The bread.
the constant onslaught of cancerous chemicals and microplastics that come at me every day here in America.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So like, hypothetically, this is the pullback that should hold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just breaking higher here, but
I did just try a little MNQ, I should say, on futures. I got the VWAP tag on my futures chart. It didn't quite get there on my option on my Thinkorswim chart. I do think the settings can just be off a little bit, but playing with a little profit from YM earlier, so.
recent Florida testing found low levels of glyphosate. I don't know. Glyphosate, a component in Roundup in Dave's Killer Bread, at whatever those metrics mean. They said the worst is nature's own.
Isn't that funny? That sounds like it would be the healthiest sounding bread. Nature's own.
Apparently, the worst. I've never heard of this one. Sara Lee honey wheat.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Sara Lee is like I'm pretty sure it's like normally the cheapest bread in the. It's always in like Giant Eagles around me, like this little Speedy Mart next to my house. I think they have it.
That makes sense. Yeah. So it goes Sara Lee, Nature's Own, which I know. Then Wonder Bread is number 3, and then number 4 and number 5 are Dave's Killer Bread, and then none detected, the goat, Pepperidge Farm.
Really?
I used to eat that cinnamon toast like every day as a kid.
It's turning the frogs gay, Michael. That's what it is. It's the bread. It's a combination of all of it. It is wild how many conspiracies Adam Jones was ahead of his time on.
We got 1 minute for the hourly close. I would love if we can snap back and close this 5 stronger.
Agreed. R2I just made a new high. It's the one that I maybe she's holding up.
Super strong in there, wow. All right, it's a decent close.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think as long as we can stay above the opening print now, we're good. But ideally, NQ gets back above level. Like now. Great look so far here from that. 5 failing higher, testing level. Let's see if we can hold on here.
NQ and RTY trying to hold some strength. The Dow faded pretty hard back below its open. Yes, back into its open.
Yeah, if we start losing the open, I'm going to probably lose interest in the day.
Mm-hmm. You already got my interest on a toasted PB&J. I'm going premium PB&J, baby.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Losing the strength.
Mm-hmm. ES now below its open. Although NQ is still trying to hold here.
Yeah, it's weird. We're getting like really conflicting like notes from the indices.
Mm-hmm.
It's like RTY, then the Dow, then NQ, then ES, and it's back and forth. Like the Dow is the strongest, now it's the weakest.
Mm-hmm.
Should hold.
Yeah,
here.
interesting flip. It's all the way back at its lows after a pretty decent move.
Yeah. But this is the reality of all-time high trading, where it's like you're not going to get a trend day every day. A lot of people, I think, expect it because it's all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like any other day where like we got kind of spoiled the last couple of weeks, where it's like you basically take a call and you're in profit. Like you feel like a genius.
Yeah, for sure.
You even can have like you can have some wiggle room where you take maybe not the best entry, maybe a subpar entry, and it works. So I threw $1,000 in one of my Webull accounts,
Yeah.
and I'm just gonna be testing out a theory on 350 candles.
350 candles? What do you mean by that? Like
Like
350, like 10 minutes till
yeah,
market close? Okay.
yeah, exactly, 350 Eastern time. Sorry, just like testing a thesis,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna see if it works. Basically, like the idea that I have just from observing is that again, there's no real rhyme or reason, but that's why I'm gonna test it. Is that yes, it's based on like the orders and the imbalance and all that, but I find that it's also based on the EMAs. So it's like if we're far away from the EMAs, it'll kind of revert to the mean. So let's just say like we're pumping, but it's far, it'll
Mm-hmm.
dip. If we're dipping and it's far, it'll pump.
Mm-hmm.
If we're in a downtrend, but it's kind of concise, it'll continue down, and vice versa for the upside. So I'm just gonna test it out.
And are you
gonna,
looking to play that you're with options that are like
yeah,
0 DTE or like
exactly,
like
yeah,
into the
0
next day?
DTA.
Okay.
Yep. Just look for like basically what I'm gonna do is just like take an out the money call, and I know there's gonna be times where I'm leaving money on the table, but the idea is if I can get this down, I would just like set a take profit at 100%, and then just let it go to zero if it's long,
Mm-hmm.
and then it just comes down to a win rate, right? Where if it's either 0 or 100%. I don't care if it goes 500%. Yeah, it would suck, but if I can hit it at 60 to 70% of the
Yeah.
time,
Yeah, it's a profitable
just wonderful.
strategy. Yeah.
So I'm gonna
I like
test
it.
out because I actually I was experimenting last week a bit with basically taking my futures trades
Mm-hmm.
as if they were 0 days.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I'm taking an ES long on a bounce, I would take a 0 day, but I found it wasn't as effective because like there was one time where I took a trade, I think it was on NQ. It went sideways for maybe like 20 minutes. I think deepest drawdown was like 35 points, so nothing even too crazy. But then by the time it started curling around, I was up like 6% when I would have been up like 25 to 30 points on the NASDAQ.
I gotcha.
So, the timing really does play a role.
Oh yeah, I'm
but
sure.
later in the day, it doesn't matter as much because
Mm-hmm.
there's less time. So,
yeah, you're looking for something quick either way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear how that goes.
Yeah.
I think it's valid.
My buying power should settle, I think, tomorrow. So.
You can do same day on Robinhood, but you have to use like a debit card.
Yeah. My hesitation was that Robinhood's like my main accounts that I use.
Okay.
Right now, and so I didn't want to like have the buying power for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because then I could start to get AP.
Yeah. You start to decide instead of using, a small position for a day scalp, you're gonna get rich on SPX in 5 minutes.
Yeah. But it would be really cool if I could make $5,000 in 30 seconds. Oh, there it goes, all gone. getting a little bit of a bouncy.
Mm-hmm. Fed chair nominee Warsh. Fed holds on to its forecast longer than it should. And so it looks like Warsh is actually getting in, or doing his deposition or whatever. Fed needs new tools and new communications. We need to use tools differently. We need a new inflation framework. We need a regime change in conduct of Fed policy.
So we just went up and tagged that level again. Now rejecting again. Oh, great.
Yeah, we just can't seem to break it.
Yeah, ES needs to close this bar strong, or else it's going to potentially fall because the 2-minute flip down. So if this bar does not close strong, probably going down. Let's say it needs to close at least above like 71.62, 63s. And Q ideally close to that level. The Dow looks bad. Everything else looks okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Dow's reversal. Wild. Well, it looks like it wanted it at one point, but I'm not so sure now.
Yeah. I don't know either.
There's NQ spiking back under its opening print.
Basically right there at that OP now.
Hmm.
Definitely a bit gnarly. Try to get a little bounce here.
This is yesterday's open. Is right where we're at. Dang, new hustle just dropped. I just read that there's a guy who's accused in at least 70 thefts across Target stores across America for expensive Legos, around $34,000 worth of merchandise. He would buy the expensive Lego sets, take out the Legos, fill them with dry pasta, and then return them.
That's crazy.
Some people just got that hustle, man.
Yeah, it's wild.
Oh, jeez. Elizabeth, come on.
Dow's been pretty much a straight sell here since that 50K area.
Mm-hmm. And Q just tagged the overnight open. 26.776.50.
I think also they both just actually no, just ES. Excuse me, swept.
Oh, it's lows. Yeah.
Low of the day. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
IQ's still kind of in the middle of its intraday range here.
yeah, I mean, this is kind of I think where it needs to hold. I mean, we can see that RTY and the Dow are pretty much pulling back to previous day high. We did sweep the lows, hourly 8 EMA. So if we hold here, I'm optimistic. If not, then it's probably going to be a crapshoot of the day. Where I'm not going to really be interested in much. We'll see.
Pakistan Information Minister, formal response from Iranian side about confirmation of delegation to attend Islamabad peace talks is still awaited. Another OP rejection.
Yeah, this is pretty messy.
Not looking great. Not looking great. Geez, the Dow, hey, that thing just fell off a cliff as well.
Yeah, I think just dropped like 400 points straight down.
It's crazy.
350 points. And what makes it worse is it was a daily inside bar yesterday, so now it's like a failed daily 1, 2, 3 potentially.
Mm-hmm.
It still has time to rally back.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're pretty much where we need to hold across the board. And if we don't, then that's where it's, you know, a deeper pullback can come, which would mess up these charts. And if so, then I'm probably gonna log off.
Yeah.
There's nothing for me to do.
Yeah, I was just giving this one a minute here, but I'm about to just call it as well. Go make me that toasted grilled cheese. Or not grilled cheese, toasted PB&J.
I knew what you meant.
And there she goes. There she goes. There she goes again.
Yeah, it's looking gnarly.
Hmm. Yeah, it's looking like some. Either we're just gonna get some ugly range bound action, or we have room. I guess we can make a move lower, but
Yeah.
that the hourly hammer closed the first hourly bar we got, followed by the one that looks like we're probably gonna get. Not what I was hoping for.
I think it. Not pretty.
Well, unless you want to do anything else, Zach, we can just wrap it up there for today.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be all set for now.
Yeah. Well, guys, like I said before, check out the Stock Dads Academy, which is a free education resource. The link is pinned in the chat. We do have Aaron coming back on for the nooner at 12 o'clock today. So make sure you guys tune back in for that. If you're going to continue to trade, make sure you trade safe. And we'll see you guys all later. Peace out, Zach.
Have a good one,
Have a
guys.
safe
See you
trip,
later.
man, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Catch
All
you.
right, guys.
Bye.
See you. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with the Nooner with Aaron Ellis. Aaron's going to break down this morning's action for us. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everybody had a good morning. We got Warsh wrapping up. Not really giving many answers. So we'll see going in the afternoon. All right, here we got. What's up, Miss Tamika? Yes, Edward, I do agree with your DM. I just saw that just a little bit ago. I did. Yes. Rick, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good to see you. Say hi to Tiffany for me if you run into her. Good to see you, sir. All right. We'll give everybody about 30 seconds here and we'll get in. VIX did not break it short. VIX has not broken any shorts. Isn't that fantastic? All right. So remember, tomorrow, 8 p.m., guys, is when the final decision of the ceasefire, when the ceasefire expires. Obviously, we could get news before that, but so tomorrow evening is a big deal, really big deal for our markets. Okay. All right, so let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Remember, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, so we have these April 1st lows to lows. We've had those forever. That's what we gapped into Sunday night, Monday. All right, and here's that next short. Okay, this short right here on the VIX, this is what we've traded since coming out of our Sunday night. All right, number one, right there to targets. Number two, to targets. And this is what we were talking about this morning. Here's number three. All right. And we're coming right out of that. There was our squeeze. All right. We're coming. We did not break that short. All right. So, as always, we're going to watch for the opposing move to break. All right, that's what we'll have to watch for here. That's what could get in the way. That's trading right now. So a break of that, 52, round down to 50, subtract a tick, 45. All right, so if we break the 45s, we can fall all the way back down to these 20s. Those 20s are our old contract lows, new contract highs. All right. Right there, a trading view, it might look different, but it's the 1840s to the 2160s. All right, 1840s to the 2160s. So if we break this opposing move long, right, we can fall right into that level. And then we'll see when we get there. All right, so here's going to be your battle over the trend. All right, we've got the short from highs, which didn't break, and we've got the long from lows. Okay? So we'll see. Maybe by the end of the call, we'll have something, but we're getting a reaction there. All right. So there we go. Now, if these shorts break and we start to lift off, not good. All right. Not good for the indices. All right. Any questions, anybody? In a bot world. Nice, Rick. There you go. Any questions, anyone, on where the VIX is? Everybody good? Okay. Moving on. So we'll see. Maybe by the end of the call, like I said, we'll have something. Now, Bank's been going down all morning. Okay. And it's not surprising. We hit a profit target, right? When you zoom out here. Now remember, Bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be technical. But from these April 1st highs to highs, all right, that's what we had right there. Right, we went out and we hit that target. So we do have this pullback to make on the financials. Now again, they're not traded, so they can do whatever they want. But coming out of our open, right, we've just gone straight down. So that's putting a big headwind against the indices. All right, you can see there is room for Bank to continue to fall. So if this does continue to fall this afternoon, right, then that's going to be like that boat anchor on the indices. Now, if we do lift off, there are pullbacks to make, right, from highs to lows, there are pullbacks to make. So that little pullback right there, all right, would give the indices a tailwind. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. But this starts going up, indices are going to get a tailwind. This keeps going down. That's that boat anchor, right? Big headwind against the indices. All right. Thank you, Jim Bob. That's a lot of words, but very good. The 10:30 on a Tuesday hit a luck bust today. So wise, charming, and resourceful. If you're not reading this, South Carolina, lucky to get in such a gem. Thank you, Jim Bob. I really appreciate that. All right. So there we go. Okay, now onto the indices. Okay, so the VIX held this short. This is a great example. All right, the VIX held this short, but this lows of the week to highs of the week on the ES broke. Those are the little tricks and traps, right? As long as the VIX doesn't break this, all right, then the indices are fine. Okay, so we'll see if the VIX continues down, breaks that opposing move, we're going to squeeze higher. Okay, if that opposing move holds, right, on the VIX and we lift off, then the indices are going to roll right back over. Okay, so that's what we're watching right there. This is that VIX short right there. All right, now gap fill today, really nice gap fill today. All right, one candle. So here's our 930 bar. We opened up here. We opened within 20 points. Right, there's our 20 points right there. Opened within our 20 points, filled the half, filled the full. Then we had a big profit taking off the full. All right, big profit taking off the full. Okay. All right, so great job if you got that. All right, so we'll watch this pullback in correlation, right, with the VIX right there. All right, so if we start falling through this, indices are going to squeeze higher. We lift off, indices are going to roll back over. Simple as that. All right. Thanks, Ed. Ed's doing his Donald Trump. Beautiful. Huge. All right. Right there. Okay, so we'll see. So there's the ES. NASDAQ doesn't look much different. All right, there's the NASDAQ's halfway back on the week. Right? From our low Sunday night to our highs. It broke. Doesn't matter. Right? Because the VIX didn't break the short. VIX continues down. We're going to squeeze out of this. VIX will fall out of it short. But if we hold that long on the VIX and we lift off, then the indices are going to just continue to fall. All right. So ES and the NASDAQ, same boat. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now think bank, right? Because they're the most sensitive to banks' movements. So here's the YM, the halfway back on the week. All right, it did not break. Okay, there's Sunday night. All right, so there's the YM. Now, if bank lifts off this afternoon, right, then that's going to drag the YM and the Russells higher. If bank continues in that downtrend, it's going to be real tough for the YM and the Russells to get anything going to the upside. All right, but nice pullback. All right, we just need the VIX to hold those shorts and bank to stop going down, and we're free to rally. All right, moving on to the Russells, same thing. Now look at the Russells, just being crazy good. All right, there's our halfway back on the week. Okay. Don't know if this is true, but the biggest profits they've ever seen. Yeah, I'm surprised, Ed. Right, huge, huge. So there's halfway back in the week on the Russells, right there. Nice job, Russells. All right, same thing. Bank lifts off. We're coming out of this. All right, bank rolls over. We're going to fall. All right, but look at that. Pretty awesome. Good job, Russells. All right. Not going anywhere right now. Okay, so what do we got? Any questions? VIX bank indices. Any questions? VIX still defending that long. Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin. Now remember this morning, Bitcoin broke that little short setup. All right, now we're still leaving this up here just to watch it. But we're at these much larger short setups. That's halfway back on the year. Okay. January 15th or 14th, or yeah, 14th to lows. All right, we traded into that. We broke a little series of longs, and then we broke this short. So we're kind of wedging in here. All right, kind of wedging in, higher lows, lower highs, right? Getting tighter and tighter and tighter. There's the long from lows. All right, we can probably draw this new high. There we go. All right, there's the long from lows. There's that previous short from highs that was sloppy. All right, so we're wedging in here, getting tighter and tighter and tighter. All right, so we'll see who wins the battle here, but absolutely still in shorts, right? On the larger time frame. All right, we drop and we break these. Could be a chance that we could have a pullback short that we could sell into on the way down. All right, there we go. All right, let's move over to spot. All right. Okay, make sure you guys got that. Yep. All right. Okay, spot. Look at the larger time frame. All right, we're still in the winter. All right, we've got targets down to 33.5-ish or September, October 6th. All right. So here's that pullback we're talking about. All right, from January 12th to lows right there, or January 14th to lows right there. All right, that's the short setup. Now, if that would break somehow, if that would break, that'd almost be a gift because that would squeeze us. I mean, the 38.2 of that all the way halfway back is right there. So we'll see if this is going to hold. But when you zoom in, it's just like the futures markets, right? Here was that short from highs that was sloppy, right? And then here's this long from lows right there. So that's where we're kind of pinned right here. All right. Put that up there. All right, just like that. So we'll see. We'll see who wins the little battle here. All right. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What do you guys want to see? Anybody? Anybody? VIX is defending that long. Anybody? No stocks at all? No? Okay. All right. It'll be a short one today then. No stocks. Okay. All right. Moving on. Make sure. No. No. Okay. All right. Fine. All right. Okay. All right. So crude oil. Now, this is putting a big headwind against the indices. Look at crude oil. All right. Finally pulling out of that. Pulling out of that long. Do we get the gap fill 70.76 on the unfilled gap down here? Where is it? Right there? No, that one's even way down there. Right there, that one. That was from Friday. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's down there. That's not a pretty looking chart if the VIX holds that long, right? We'll see. Yeah, good out of there. There is an unfilled gap below us, 70.76. All right. So crude oil. Here's that squeeze. Now, this is a big headwind against the indices, especially right now. All right, the next short setup we're watching on CL is from April 12th to lows. That's up here. But you can see this long from lows, right, finally lifted off. And that continuing to go higher, it's got a target right at that short setup. If this continues to grind higher, right, then that's rough on the indices right now, just because of what's going on in the Fed Fund futures. All right, speaking of that, let me take a look at that real quick, see if anything changed. What did we say? It was in July, right? Let's see. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Wouldn't it be funny if there were like 5 rate cuts priced in now? Oof, moved it out to October. No, did not go the right direction. So now our first rate cut's in October of 27. It was July this morning. Man. Oof. So October of 27. That's where our rate cut's priced in now, after Warsh speaking. Really interesting. All right. That is something. That is something. Yeah. Moved it out 2 more meetings. So there we go. All right. Anyway, so that's right. Where's that poly market bet? April 12th to lows, there's the resistance. Okay. And there's that long. So there might actually be here, guys, if we do make a pullback, a long right there to lift us off. If we don't go straight here first, there could be this pullback. All right. So there you go. Moving on to gold and silver. All right. Weak. So gold coming out of this short, right? We know this is here, right? It's been here for a while. We know it's going to get caught up in here. That's our halfway back on the year. January 26th to lows. All right, we've known that's there, and we're going to get caught up there. Chunk, right there. Now we're getting ready to break this long, or at least it's under pressure. All right, this is our halfway back on the week. All right, Sunday night to highs. Pull back there. Nope, no dice. So we'll see. Definitely under pressure. Definitely under pressure. We are back in dollar strength trades, which is putting a massive headwind against precious metals. Okay, massive headwind against the precious metals. All right. So there's gold. All right, we'll see if there's any way we can lift out of this. We're going to need dollar weakness. All right, moving on to silver. Looks almost the same. All right, it hasn't quite broken yet. No, it's trying to stick save that that long. Right now, silver. Remember where we are on the larger time frame here. This short on silver is drawn from this high on March 2nd to lows. I just don't have the 50% up there. But if you zoom in, get these out of the way. Right, we never broke this. Never broke it. All right, now we're looking to possibly break this halfway back in the week. All right, so not a good look. Not a good look at all. Now, obviously anything can happen, but if we do break this halfway back on the week on silver, it's a long way down. Zoom out, there we go. Right, because we'd be watching this halfway back now. Way down here. All right, and that would be the next level that could possibly lift us off if we break this. All right, and there might be short setups. If we break this, right, and we don't get down here first, we could watch these shorts from highs for pullbacks. Okay. All right. BMNR. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. All right. So there's silver. All right, let's look at BMNR real quick. Oh, VIX is lifting off. Look at that. There it goes. There it goes. Let me guess. The indices are getting ready to drop. Yep. So we'll see. See how we defended that long? There we go. Bank falling. Not good. Hold on. Let's go back to this here. Hang on. All right, here we go. BMNR. If you have any stocks, guys, please put them in there. All right. Jeez. This thing's kind of a mess. All right. So it just looks just like Bitcoin, right? Or pretty much close to it. All right. So that's what you're watching right there on the weekly. All right. Let's see something here. ETH. Okay. Yeah, remember, we're in the crypto winter, right? We're absolutely in the crypto winter. We're going to be in the crypto winter until September, October 6th, right? So anything bullish on crypto would be like short term, right? So we do have, I mean, we've got these larger resistance levels above us. Seeing if we're in an extension here. Looks like this extension might have broke. Real quick. Yeah, that pierced. We're just going down in these little stair steps here. All right, so that's what you'd be watching. Again, you know, this is you know, we're right in the crypto winter here. All right. So, you know, I wouldn't trust Bitcoin, anything Bitcoin ETH related long, right? Unless it was a super like short-term deal, right? These are these little pullbacks here. Looks just like Bitcoin, these stair steps. Stair steps broke, right? And then there's the short from highs. It was a little bit sloppy. All right, so this looks just very, very similar. And remember, ETH didn't break that short from highs like Bitcoin did. That first short, ETH never broke that. So there we go. So that's what you're looking at right there. Yeah, that's what you're looking at right there. All right. So again, for crypto to go bullish, it's a lot has to happen. Like a whole lot has to happen. Like something that's never happened before has to happen. Right? Which it always could, right? It always could. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, that's where you're sitting on that. All right. Okay. There you go. Good idea, Nate. All right, Jim Bob. So there we go. There we go. This week, right? Week. Just understand those seasons, right? Understand those seasons. We've got till September, October 6th area, right? Till the end of the winter. That's what you're looking at right there. All right, targets are way down at 1321. All right, wish I had better news for you if you were long. All right. Okay, so let's switch over here. All right. Okay, so now, not only do we have the VIX holding these longs and bank falling, we're in dollar strength trades. Okay, we were talking about this morning. That here's DXY, right? We know this isn't the dollar, but a bunch of different currencies shoved together. But this rising, most of the time, is dollar strength, right? And we held this long off of lows, almost perfect right there. And we've been lifting off ever since. So we are in dollar strength trades now. Now, obviously, we've got this resistance above us, and we're coming up on the second test, right? Second test is the dangerous test, meaning there's a higher probability of it going through on the second test. All right. But if this continues dollar strength, then headwind against the precious metals, headwind against the indices, right? Along with VIX strength and bank weakness. So the big three, right? Here's the dollar yen. All right. Going straight up out of this support. That extension, we've had that extension. We've been in this thing forever. This is a big old sneaky snake up here we're building. All right. But from this high on February 20th, to our highs here on March 18th, right there, no target, traded, then we held these longs off of lows, squeezing us back to the top of this range. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. All right, dollar strength, right? Dollar strength trades. Euro, you'll see just the opposite, dollar weakness. Okay, the euro came right off of this. You couldn't ask for a much better trade. Right, from our highs on the 17th to our lows, we had broken along from lows, and this was the first pullback, right? Just coming straight down, all dollar strength. Now that we have broken, right, our opposing move, we can see if we're going to get a pullback to sell into. So there was one right there. We put a target. See if we get a pullback to sell into before we get to the bottom. Okay, but this is all dollar strength now, right? All dollar strength now. So not good for the indices, right? Not good for the indices. So we've got the VIX holding this long, right, off of lows. Okay, obviously not good. Okay, we've got bank pretty much going straight down, just melting, not good. And we've got the dollar strengthening, right? Not good. Okay, so you got the big three all pointing to indice weakness. Okay, so we'll see going in the afternoon if something changes, but as of right now, that's where we are. All right, as of right now, that's where we are. And if that continues, right, especially if the VIX gets through these highs, right, things are going to dramatically change. All right, things will dramatically change. Now, there's always a chance we could roll over and break these and all that good stuff. But as of right now, that's not the case. It's defending this long. Okay? All right. And it is a quick one, guys. Any questions? Jim Bob, did you get the BMNR thing? Hopefully. Yes, no, you guys are quiet today. All right. Okay, guys. Well, really quick one today. No stocks makes it quick. All right, so just be safe this afternoon. Right, we'll see what this does up here. All right, we'll see what this does up here, but probably not the best time to be trying to pick a bottom on the indices. Right. So, all right, cool. Tyler, what do we got going
on? This afternoon, I actually don't know. I actually reached out to Duke. I don't know if he's coming back on this afternoon. If we do a ticker tender with him, it would probably be Power Hour. So we're just going to be wrapping up the stream for now. I mentioned earlier to everybody about the new Stock Dads Academy, which is now up. I dropped the link in the chat. It should be pinned in the chat. So if you are somebody who hasn't checked that out yet, we just released a a completely free tool resource that has tons of education courses, stuff from Aaron on the stocks, options world, all that stuff. And then there's a futures class with Zach. So all kinds of different resources in there. We went over it during the live trading today, but that link is pinned in the chat. So make sure you guys check that out and take advantage of that. But yeah,
a lot of time on that, guys. There's a lot of hours put into that. So,
yeah, I'm looking forward to like I said on stream earlier. I've been trading for like 5 years now, but I plan on utilizing the tool myself and going through all that stuff. So you can always learn more, right? So
that's right. Yep, it's basic stuff, guys, but a lot of stuff that maybe you just didn't know until now.
Mm-hmm.
So good deal. All right, thanks, Tyler. Thanks, everybody.
Yep, thanks, Aaron. Have a good one, man.
See you guys.
All right, guys. So we're just gonna wrap it up for there. I haven't heard back from Duke, so if we do have a power hour, if we do have a ticker Tinder segment, we'll probably do it for power hour. We'll post something on social media, post a link, so or you can just check. We'd be back on around 3. But for now, we're gonna wrap it up for right there. Hope everybody had a good trading day, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. to run it back and do it again. Peace out, everybody.